and claim it. And just a few announcements to the activities of today. The poster sessions, I believe, should be going on concurrently with this event. So if you have posters, make them ready and get yourselves ready. The technical committee, I'm sure, are already taking care of that to assess you. Then we shall be having panel discussion session 3 after this second one. Same captain of industries and partners. Then women in engineering events will be taking place by 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. And also concurrently, we shall be having the group dynamics competition for branches and divisions, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Then the rapporteurs will be meeting 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. and concurrently at that time, from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., we shall be having the welfare night. Then to end the activities of today, from 7 p.m. to 8:30, we shall be having the cultural night. So I believe you all will be adorned and dressed in your various cultural attires to grace the event of tonight. So please make yourself welcome, be seated, as very soon we shall commence the panel discussion section. Once again, Onyebuchi Nwabueze, your membership ID card is with me. Come and claim it. If you have misplaced your phone, please see me. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, so far so good. We are on course with time. The Deputy President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Ali Rabiu Mesuya, FNSC, FA MFR is here, and we shall kickstart this panel discussion session immediately. Can we please come inside, have our seats, and get ourselves ready for the panel discussion session number 2. May I now invite to the podium to take charge of this session the Chairman Technical Committee of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Professor OAU Uche, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. Once again, let us applaud him for his work. Let's put our hands together for Engineer Professor OAU Uche.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you to panel discussion, session number 2. And we're going to be on a sustainable engineering solution to climate change challenges in Nigeria. You are welcome. I will first announce the names of the panelists, then end up with the moderator, hand over to the moderator. This first person in our list is the group chairman and chief executive of Lee Engineering and Construction Company, in the person of engineer Dr. Limon Abojewe Ipa, CON, GAP, or his representative, please. Lee Engineering and Construction Company. The second person is the Deputy Managing Director, Deep Water Asset, Total Energies, E&P Nigeria Limited. Okay, please a round of applause for him. Okay. The Deputy Managing Director, Deep Water Asset of Total, is being represented by Obiora Okike. We have also the Managing Director of Greyman Petros Serve Nigeria Limited. Please, a round of applause, please. Let us encourage our panelists as they are coming up. We also have Managing Director and CEO of, you're welcome, sir, Coleman Cables and Wires. Coleman Cables and Wires, the MD and CEO or his representative, please. A round of applause. The MD is coming up. Please encourage him with a... We also have Dr. Gabriel Obechie, OON, Group Managing Director, Ren Oil Group Limited. Group Managing Director, Ren Oil Group Limited, or his representative. Okay, moderating this section is no other than our amiable three-time vice president, past president of APUN, and also executive director of WFPOA. So Engineer Venerable Ifeko Abareba FNSC is moderating.
Good afternoon, distinguished engineers. We have a very interesting session this afternoon. I want to observe our protocols. Deputy President, who is sitting in for the President, past presidents, executive committee members, distinguished engineers who have come from across the globe to attend this year's international conference. I welcome you to this second panel discussion. We have executives of 3 great companies that will be taking us through what their operations are all about and how they can help to mitigate the risk of the climate change in Nigeria. Once again, I want to welcome all of you. I have the Managing Director of Grayman Petrosev. I actually met him this afternoon, and I see him as a lost uncle. And why do I say that? Because we have the same surname. I'm Miss Aredo. That's my maiden name is Aredo, and he's Aredo also. So we'll be giving you the bits from the Aredo family, how we help to mitigate climate change, and what we do in Nigeria to help grow up the young ones. So, MD, thank you very much for being part of this meeting this afternoon. I also have Mr. Obiora Okike, Manager for Environment, Total Energies. And of course, we have the Managing Director of Coleman Cables and Wires. Thank you very much, sir. And of course, our newest honorary fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. So we're going to be doing it this way. 5 minutes, you will tell us about your operations, what you do, and what you've been able to achieve in your organization. And then we go through the questions of how we can help to mitigate the risk of the climate change in Nigeria. So I'd like to call on Total Energies, Mr. Obiora Okike, to please take that. But I think you have told me that Engineer Dr. Jonathan Francis will be taking that, talking to us about the operations of Total Energy. Please, can you come up the podium to do that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. Distinguished engineers, good afternoon to all of you. So I'll be introducing you to a top energy company, one of the leading companies in helping Nigeria as a nation to achieve net zero by 2060 objective. That is Total Energies. I know you will be particularly interested in knowing a few things we've done as regards the theme of this conference, sustainable engineering solutions to food security and climate change. As an energy company that we are, not just oil and gas as many know it to be, we're in the forefront of helping advance climate change initiatives in the country today. Part of what we're doing to help Nigeria achieve its net zero by 2060 objective is to set a stricter objective for ourselves as a company, and that is to achieve net zero in our operations by 2050, not even the 2060 that the nation has set for itself. How are we going about this? Top on our list is we're massively investing in renewable energies. Today, as I speak to you, Total Energies has created a coordinated and dedicated entity, a company on its own, to help manage its renewable operations in Nigeria. Beyond that, we're massively investing in gas development, as we know so well that gas would be the transition energy in the whole renewable energy scheme. And every time we're investing in oil production projects, we ensure we invest in low emissions projects, and that explains to you why today, as I speak to you, we do not have any zero routine flaring on all our operational sites. As way back as 2006, on our first site, we achieved zero non-routine flaring. The Egina project, as most of us already know, started up as a non-routine production facility, and today, in Nigeria, we do not, and I repeat, we do not routinely flare as part of our support to help Nigeria as a nation to achieve net zero by 2060. In addition to this, today in Port Harcourt, we have built a plastic recycling plant that helps recycle 750 tons of CO2 annually. And when I say 750 tons, what we're saying is today in Nigeria, Total Energy is theoretically planting 4,500 trees every year as a company to support climate change initiative. Beyond this, we are deeply involved in helping the LNG in the energy transition to increase our gas supply, as shown in our project, the Ubeta project that has just been sanctioned. Also, in our downstream operations, in the 540 service stations we have today in Nigeria, 256 of all the service stations has been solarized as I speak to you, and the efforts to solarize the rest is ongoing. Beyond that, we support too the solarization of our facilities where we are operating as a source of carbon footprint reduction. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I introduce to you the energy company that is leading Nigeria in achieving its net zero by 2060 objective, Total Energies.
Thank you very much, Engineer Dr. Jonathan Francis. I would like to call on the Managing Director of Grayman Petrosaf to please tell us about his company. Please sit down and just use your microphone. Tell us what you do and how you've impacted the communities. Thank you.
And I'm the Managing Director of Grayman Petrosaf Nigeria Limited. This company was incorporated February 1993, and in fact, we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the company last year. We are involved, we are an oil and gas construction company, oil and gas free construction company, specializing in construction, repairs, and maintenance of pipelines of any size, from whatever the sizes to whatever the small sizes, 2 inches, 4 inches, up to and above 50 inches diameter pipe. And on the pipeline, we have done a lot of work for Shell, NNPC, and Chevron. The most notable job we did here for Shell is the repair of their pipeline by all methods of repair: clamping, sleeving, sectional replacement, etc. And also we did some job for Chevron. We changed the onshore section of their load line, which was previously 26-inch line, and then we replaced with a 30-inch pipeline, which we constructed for them, a length of over 7 kilometers, which included HDD, and then also process piping at the terminal, and we now change out all the pumping system, turbines, pumps, as well as all the pipe fittings for them. That's for Chevron. Then we also were the people who constructed the Pan-Ocean gas plant at Ogara, which was 130 million standard cubic feet gas capacity gas station at Ogara for Pan-Ocean. We did that in the year 2008. And then we also did some offshore. We're also involved with offshore fabrication. We've recently constructed the produced water delivery platform, for Chevron produced water delivery platform for Dirty South. We did the fabrication and construction in our jetty to lead that from our jetty, and then we took it to site and hooked up for them. Right now, we're also working for Seplat, where we're involved with the repair of their pipelines, and we've done a couple of pipeline repair work for them using all the various methods of pipeline repair. And we're also right now working for Heritage, constructing manifold for them, inlet manifold for them, which we, as I'm talking to you now, we are just installing at their facility at Edemo. And then, like I said about pipeline, right now we're at Baton constructing a 10-inch, a 40-inch pipeline for NGC through our client, MERCOT. Like I said, Grammy Petro said, we can work and do any work. In fact, outside what I've also mentioned, we also have a contract for facility upgrade, which we're executing right now for Shell. So what I'm trying to say for Grammy, anything from the wellhead, the hookup arm, flow lines, delivery lines, gathering stations, trunk lines, and to the terminal, we can provide any of the services necessary, either pipeline work or process systems, either construction, fabrication, maintenance, or operate. That in a nutshell is, and like I said, we're all Nigerians. The government Pedro said our staff strength is in excess of 200, and we're all Nigerians executing this project I've just made.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we give him a big round of applause? Please, can you hear clearly? Can you hear us clearly from the audience? Can you hear us clearly, please? You can. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to hear from the managing director of Coleman Wires and Cables, or Cables and Wires. Cables and Wires. Wires and Cables. He's going to be speaking to us on his operations and the latest honorary ferry of NSC. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. For Coleman Wires and Cables, our business is in the manufacture locally of all types of wire and cable, starting from your basic wiring cable to your power cable, transmission, oil and gas related instrumentation cable, high voltage cable, subsea cables also, all made in Nigeria. Our basic principle is we would look at every possibility of manufacturing anything in country. Every meter of cable that is made sold by us has to be made by us in Nigeria, by Nigerians, for Nigeria, and now for the rest of Africa. Now, for us, the opportunity in the sector has been massive. We've been producing DC cables for the solar and the batteries being used in the industry. And we've also been providing the PV cables over the years. And that has been fundamental way of backward integrating the integration of the green energy that we're looking at now. It's how to literally localize the solution from the solar cells to the batteries, but to the provision of all items needed for accessories and connections to it. Now, for us, it has meant a bit more focus on that sector of the industry and the growth of the industry in terms of power solution, where we're moving more on to green energy. For the company as a whole, we've provided solutions for that in Nigeria and also for export related and for the oil and gas industry. So generally for cable, and even today, the fiber optics that you're using is also all being made in Nigeria by Coleman. So we act as a one-stop shop for the whole engineering industry, irrespective of the sector, and we actually act as a provider of a vendor provider of solutions in country. And that's basically what we've been doing.
Thank you very much. Can we please give Coleman a round of applause? Yeah, I'll start with you, MD Coleman. I want to know, I mean, from your operations, there are emissions and dealing with manufacturing of cables and all. What measures do you take to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions from your operations? And what are your emission targets, if you have that? I don't know if you got my question. Yeah, thank you.
Now, for us, luckily for us, our production system, apart from power, it does not literally, it's recyclable. What we've realized over the years is how to literally net zero any damage to your environment. So you're targeting your environmental standards to actually zero it as much as possible, looking at the impact analysis of every environment. Now, when we got into the industry, the norm, for instance, water is used in cooling. And the water system that we use in cooling is normally a reservoir and a recirculating reservoir outside with a chiller. Now, what we've done is that you'll find out that rather than you're using 100,000 cubic of water, you can actually cut this down to just less than 10% by isolating or narrowing your utilization of water to actually sectional area using smaller cubics of water and recirculating with a smaller chiller system. We found that we've been able to cut off 90% of water use and actually still recirculate only less than 10% of utilization per annum. That has been achieved literally being focused on reducing our impact on the environment. Secondly, when you're looking at every business in Nigeria, especially in the industry, we all start off with diesel on power. Now, we've first evolved into the transition, which basically means moved on to gas. Today, we provide over 25 megawatts of power using gas. And now we've started also incorporating solar solutions into greener energy into our transition. And that basically has introduced over a megawatt of solar-based energy into the power sector that we use. And invariably, you have to look at every area of your production system. How do you literally zero any environmental impact? And secondly, what we've done is we've created a system whereby every byproduct is recycled for another byproduct. And in our case, 100% of our waste on copper is 100% recycled in the country. 100% of the aluminum is 100% recycled in the country. PVC is 100% recycled for making soles in other industry. So we found out that every part of cable is a byproduct for something else. So rather than you generate more waste, you actually can zero it if you turn it into another manufacturer's byproduct. And we have been able to achieve 100% of all our raw material has been able to go into another byproduct. And that has taken us years of direct, deliberate move to actually create that zero position on material utilization. And secondly, that has enabled us to also improve on our system. And in actual fact, actually save a lot of money where you can actually pass this money back to the consumers in terms of savings. Because the less you generate of waste, the less you can add any cost on waste to your production. Secondly, the more you can recycle all aspects of your waste, the more you actually create more savings that can be passed on. So the whole efficiency of the system creates a very cost-effective pricing that allows us to actually create products at very efficient or affordable. The real word is affordable pricing, so that everybody is able to actually get Coleman cables anywhere in the country.
Thank you very much. Please, can we have some quiet in the house? Thank you. Please. Thank you very much. I think I love the last part of your discussion, and I hope all engineers were listening, that you could actually afford Coleman cables, because every byproduct is what now? Is recycled, 100% recycling of all their byproducts. So every byproduct is something to be used for another industry. So, and that makes the Coleman cables to be affordable. So quality, and then of course, price. Quality and pricing fit for everybody. Thank you very much for that. I'll go to now Total Energy. How do you assess and mitigate climate-related risk to your operations? I don't know if you have anything about your operations, your supply chains, and of course, your community, the communities around your operations. How do you assess and mitigate climate-related issues? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, moderator. And let me again say good afternoon to all of you, and to stand on existing protocols. For us, Total Energies, my colleague already gave you a rundown of our activities. We are primarily an energy company, so we are involved in oil and gas all the way down. For us, we make a very robust assessment of our emissions or our climate actions by deploying every technology that is available that can help us to make sure that we assess, inventorize, and know exactly and measure the emission that is coming from our processes. I can tell you that we've even gone a step further to invest so much in our R&D, where we have produced a sensor that you can equip on a drone, and it flies on our installation to measure the emissions that is coming both from the combustion engine or from the flare or any part of the installation. It's called OSIR. It's atmospheric, or you can say it's airborne ultraspectrometer for environmental application. This emission helps us to improve our GHG accounting, because you believe me, if something that you are not able to, if you're not able to measure something, you are not able to identify something, then it's difficult to control it, and this is what we have done. So our greenhouse gas accounting is very robust, and we make sure that this is audited when we publish our climate and the sustainability report. Is all there, so it's something that it's on public domain. And that we have of 2050 net zero, the country has 2060, but we have already pushed, from what Jonathan already mentioned, we pushed ourselves to 2050. And because of this, we are deploying a lot of carbon footprint reduction programs to ensure that both in our flare, in our fuel, in every part of our operation, that we are reducing the CO2 and the methane that is going to impact on the climate. And we are doing this together with the society, because we are pushing our vendors, our partners, people that are working with us to have the same climate actions and climate goals, so that together we will be driving towards this net zero ambition. Thank you.
But I want to ask again, these your measures that you put in place, how much does it impact on the communities in which you're operating?
When you are trying to control the emissions to the climate, emissions or climate actions does not have any boundary. It goes way beyond even the immediate community. However, for the community that we are working with, or that are very close to us, they are our providers, service providers. They are working with us in terms of contracting, in terms of operations. We pass this same knowledge, this same commitment to each and every one of them, so that whenever you have anybody that is working in our installation, the person already knows that this is our goal, this is our ambition, and this is what we are working towards. Thank you.
MD Gramen, I would like to, I listened to you when you talked about most of the activities that you carry out, and I was wondering, like, this is a lot going on. I'm just wondering how much you impact on the environment. So can you please tell us what partnership you have with startups, that's startup new companies coming up, academia, or any other industry to drive innovation in sustainability and climate solutions with your operations? Because you do quite a lot of things. So please, can you tell us any partnership you have in this? Thank you.
Thank you. What we do, we are in contact with some of the institutions, University of Benin in particular, UI, as well as Petroleum Training Institute in Warri. And they're sending students, their students to us to visit our sites and our facilities. And we take them in as IT students, and we also train them, show them what we do, and so that they can, when they go back, they have a feel of what site work is all about. We also accept industrial visits from agencies, groups, or even the student body who visit our facilities, and we also show them exactly what we do. In fact, recently some came from PTI. They wanted to see how the late batch operations, how the late batch is operated. And there were facilities, and we took them around the process of laying the pipe on the, with the use of the lay batch. These are some of the things we do. Thank you.
There was a question I asked Total Energy. What are your plans? What plans do you have in assessing and mitigating against those climate-related risks around your community? Do you have, is there any way you assess how your operations affect the environment, and what plans have you done? You know, we have the net zero target for 2060. Do you have any plans towards, you know, working to make sure that this is achieved as a Nigerian, because it's a cry for everybody? So what does your company do? What have you put in place, and how do you think you can achieve it?
Like I said earlier on, we have clients we work for, and then prior to going to site, we submit our primo plans, and those primo plans also affect environmental issues, which of course climate change is part of it. And then some of those things are one. Although for some of them are purely safety, for safety, we have to carry out a gas test of the facilities or the site we are working to ensure that if any flammable gas present at the lowest acceptable level. We make sure that, and all the time while we are outside, we keep monitoring gas emissions or whatever. And then on our own side, we try to mitigate or reduce the effects our activities have on climate change. Instead of using single source, single unit welding machines, which generate a lot of heat, we now decide to go electrical. We now use electrical welding machines. If there's no available power, instead of using 6 different welding machines, we have a pack of welding machines, a pack of 4 or 6 or even more welding machines, and we now power them with a single generator, reducing amount of fuel that come in, and of course, reducing the emission. And then we try to conserve energy in our activities. We try to conserve energy, and then don't put on the light or don't put on electrical appliances only when they are necessary, absolutely necessary to put them on. And then we are now changing our system for energy. We're using solar energy to power some of our electrical appliances. And as the solar energy, the available power capability increases, we shall also embrace them. Thank you.
Very much. Please, if you have questions, kindly write it down. I'm sure the ushers will collect it. The last session will be taking questions from the audience. So please, if you have any question, kindly put it in a piece of paper and send it up here. Thank you very much. I'd like to know what investments you have made in renewable energy and low carbon technologies to support the energy transition program.
For Coleman, we continue to invest in that transition. But one thing I always like to point out is, as Africans, we always have to look at the transition to green energy or zero emission as something we must also consider on cost-related factors. The cost to transition is not exactly cheap for Africa, but the speed to transition is expected to be fast for Africa. I applaud what because I have a lot of association with the oil and gas. I applaud what a lot of them are doing, but the cost to transition is not really yet there. It's a factor that we don't talk about most of the time. The cost of actually being greener from solar energy, zero emission, as a cost. We don't throw this question back, is who's going to finance it? I think even for COP29, that is the biggest headache everybody's talking about. How does Africa bear the cost of someone else's pollution that has taken them maybe 300-400 years of creating that pollution for us to literally bear the cost? But nevertheless, irrespective of that, we have to also play our part. Something we had to do. We ran forklifts on diesel and gas. Systematically today, we've gone from 10, 20 diesel to over 50 e-forklifts, all using electrical and using lithium batteries. Because you look at your logistics and the amount of time those logistic equipments go through the factory, through where people are, and you're actually creating emission every time you're taking in a gas or diesel generator, creating within your manufacturing space. So you have to also be deliberate. And we actually, yes, the cost to bear of putting in 50, 2.5 ton, 5 ton, I think we're about to order a 12-ton e-forklift, which literally costs 3-4 times the cost of an equivalent diesel. But the reality is, if you're not deliberate, you actually will not put a point across. So for us, it has been deliberate in every area to actually look at how do you reduce your greenhouse gas emissions. And that is how you create that deliberate assessment of your position. Reassessing your environmental development goals and being able to make sure that you have a target that, one, is achievable and two, is doable. And so for us, starting off with the e-vehicles meant even within the factory, we had to take off emission vehicles out of the way. So today, you can only move around in our factory using also e-vehicles, because our factory is 400,000 square meters, so it's quite big. So before, it's everybody driving their cars around. But today, they're all electric buckets, electric cycles, electric bicycles, all moving around the factory. So you have to actually create a deliberate attempt to actually change your own schematics. And it's always encouraged when you're dealing with different type of industry to actually showcase what your environmental development goals are, to create that greenness and literally be able to, at least at the end of the day, start talking about collecting some carbon credit for what you're doing. And those are the targets today, and we're continuously evolving to actually create a lower emission as we go on forward.
Thank you. That's a very good one, especially the fact that you've introduced the EVs to moving around your environment. But how much of publicity have you made of this? Because one of the things we lack in Nigeria is data and information. You know, a lot of people are doing things to mitigate against these climate change challenges, but we don't have information. We don't know what Coleman is doing. We don't know what Total Energy is doing. But Total, you said you have, most of your activities are in the public domain. Yeah, but we need to know that and then be able to also assess, because as engineers, we need to know what you're doing and how it affects us, because engineers are the ones that have the major role to play in this sphere. And so we must be aware of actions taken. We must also know how the engineers are being carried along. You understand? Because you could be doing a lot and we realize that you are not using even the right professionals to do what you're doing. So please, we need that information. And I'm told my time is up, even though we're supposed to be having 1 hour, but I'm sure because we are trying to meet up with other programs. I want to just ask across all of us. NSE has invested a lot in this conference. And just like the president said yesterday, it's not just one of those conferences that we want to talk and come up with recommendations and then do nothing about. How prepared are you to work with the Nigerian Society of Engineers to see that the communique and recommendations from this conference are taken further to the next step of actualizing it by the different companies, the different government arms that needs to do it? How ready are you to work with NSE in this? I will start with Total Energy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. First, I'd like to say that the theme of the conference is what is actually the one that actually favors us, in the sense that we are very, very strong in climate ambition. So we will for sure partner with your team. We already have a lot of our colleagues as members. Again, we are equally working with a lot of engineering firms that are all registered as corporate members. So this makes it easier for us to deploy our ambition. Like we rightly said at the beginning, we are the only IOC that was first to achieve a zero routine flaring. This was an engineering feat, and a lot of engineering companies that are part of you all participated in one way or the other in the process. So also, all our forthcoming projects, we have this great ambition in our mind and in our strategy. So the collaboration that we will be having with members of NSE and the NSE and our colleagues as well that are all represented is to make sure that this collaboration continues. And again, to go in the level of innovation. If there are innovations that can be brought to us to make us achieve these feats, even in a later time than in the 2050, we are all open to it. And that's why most time we launch what we call climate mitigation program to get this kind of initiative.
Thank you very much. We're short of time, so I'll just summarize what we have done this afternoon. From Gramen Petrosel, we found out that he's into construction, and he has told us that he trains students, he gives scholarship, and he's ready to partner with the Nigerian Society of Engineers to ensure that the net zero target for 2060 is achieved and engineers are very much involved. Total Energy has told us that the non-routine flaring, they have achieved 100%. Not routine flaring, they have achieved 100%. He tried to explain to me this afternoon the different types of flaring they have. So it's good we know that, and then we monitor what they are doing. They are the first to achieve 100% routine flaring, and I think we give it to them. And we hope that they will be ready, just as he has said, to work with engineers. And of course, for Coleman, he has said in short, almost all his byproducts are raw materials for the next phase of production. And we think that is very good and is commendable. I want to say thank you very much for being part of this panel. We've learned a lot from you, and we hope we can come to you for NSE anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I wish the Deputy President to come for presentation. Hello? I'm inviting the Deputy President to come and do the honorary photo section and presentation of plaques.
I didn't do 1 hour. Just hold your flag so that it's closer. Wave it closer. Just hold your flag. I thought I'm supposed to have a flag. Yes. And thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the request. Yes.
Yes. Please, we have the last poster presentation. So we expected that somebody was asking a question earlier, was saying that it's all about research. We want the practical. So poster session is going on to show you how some of all these things we are talking have been put into practice. So there now we have up to 18 posters of different research studies. We expect you to take your time. But in the second, the last panel discussion, still with Captain of Industries, mainly on the mitigation of climate change. We will have members of this panel. The first person here is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, LNG Limited. The Managing Director or his representative, please. Please encourage him with a round of applause. Also, the Chief Executive Officer, Mega Drill Nigeria Limited, or his representative, Mega Drill. I'm coming, please.
You said 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Someone is coming here 2 on the way. Advanced team, that's Director of Corporate Communication that is there.
Let him sit. Let him sit first. Also, the Chief Executive Officer of Seplat Energy PLC, Mr. Roger Brown. I learned that he's on his way, but his advanced team is here. the Director of Corporate Communication, so he can stand in for him for now. Okay. Also, in this team is the Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Abiodun Ogunleye. You are welcome. Please, a round of applause. We also have the Managing Director of Hensec Integrated Service Limited. Hensec Integrated Service Limited, or his representative. What is the discussion? And to moderate this section is no other person than a fellow of Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Mrs. Idogesin Fera Ntofen. Please, a round of applause.
Come here to for two. No, Igbo. They work with Dan. Who is going to Dan?
That's a plot.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
You can sit. Ma,
Okay, I should sit.
where do you want to sit? You want to sit like the... Okay, one of the discussants is Seplat, MD, and our time with him is 2 o'clock, and he will be here by 2 o'clock. So I want you to keep on talking.
Shall MD is on this panel.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Talk to you.
I don't know.
Yes, we have by. Hello. Then, panel.
Okay. One of the discussants in this also that have to do with climate change challenges is no other person than the Managing Director of Shea Petroleum Development Company Limited, SPDC, please, or the MD or his representative. Please encourage them with a round of applause, please. You're welcome.
The first female managing director of Shell.
Is it?
Hello Olane. Hello Abioni.
Okay, I was told that she is the first managing director of Shell
Is a female.
Petroleum Company, the first female managing director. So it's good that he's also attending our conference that is our president is the first female president of Nigerian Society of Engineers. So, madam, you are welcome. So I will hand over to you, Madam Itofon, and the next person is coming by 2.
The representative of MD Seplat.
Is he around?
No, yeah.
Hello.
In case when it
No problem. And we'll just take him up.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Zino. Olaneyo.
Allah.
Olaneyo. Olaneyo.
I don't know. So, the first female MD of Shell
Presented by
is being represented by Engineer Elo Zino Olarino. You are welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. The President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, all past presidents, all ESCO members, good afternoon. We are all welcome to this afternoon session. The discussion we know is a very critical discussion on sustainable engineering solution. We're looking for solution to engineering to be able to mitigate climate change as it affects Nigeria. And we know one of the SDG goals is on climate change. So I am Engineer Vera Ntofon, FNFC, and I'm the moderator of this session, and we'll be engaging ourselves in this very vital conversation. As we gather here, we face a global challenge, but particularly in Nigeria, we are intertwined with the urgent need for climate action for our growing population. We are all engineers, scientists, even policymakers are all involved in this. And this is to find solutions to mitigate the impacts. We're talking about the impacts while enhancing the well-being of our people. Today, we are privileged to have a diverse group of experts here from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Nigerian LNG, Shell. I think that's all for now. Okay, we're supposed to have others. So we are going to be hearing from experts. So I encourage all of us to pay attention, because these are the solutions we are looking for. And I believe that some of these companies and ministries, they're already working on the solutions. So we have to take something away from here today, especially concerning the innovations, re-engineering, and a lot of other things. So the panelists have already been introduced. So let us start now. Minister of Energy and Resources, Ogunleye. Ogunleye. Mr. Ogunleye is now going to give us an insight into what they have been doing as it concerns energy. Their energy ministry and mineral resources is going to give us insights on all the things they are working towards providing solutions to some of the problems we have concerning energy. Thank you, sir. Just a brief 3 minutes, sir.
3 minutes, okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Great Engineers is can I say it's a pleasure to be here. Now, I've been asked to quickly outline what Lagos is doing to mitigate, the engineering solution Lagos is implementing to mitigate the impact of climate change on our environment. Well, yeah, okay. Okay. Am I more audible? Thank you very much. Okay, so the starting point is for us to look at what are the habits we need to change that engineering can help us to change the habits. So the first set of intervention on our part is as simple as getting our women to use gas in their cooking instead of cutting trees and all that. The next set of solution is trying to ensure that waste to energy, waste to wealth, wealth conversion takes very deep root in our waste management ecosystem. The other set of solutions involve ensuring that waste is separated from source so that we're able to now distinguish our waste stream. What we have also been doing, beyond giving out cylinders and cooking equipment to women, is to also ensure that the right education is available on the impact of climate changes within our environment. And given the right education, we are encouraging everyone to take ownership for the processes or their utilization of energy so that we can reduce our climate impact or climate footprint. And you will also see that the Lagos state government has deliberately said our own Lagos electricity market will be a clean Lagos electricity market. The impact of that is that we are actively looking at all manners of renewable resources, from solar to hydrogen, to be deployed in achieving a zero blackout culture within the Lagos environment. I can also confirm to you that part of the engineering solution that we are looking at include ensuring that our engineers have appropriate certification so that they can certify green buildings, green processes, green equipment. So at the end of the day, knowledge is available within the state among all the ministries and agencies that are expected to help us facilitate the reduction in the impact of the climate issues that currently confront us globally. Will you permit me to use the floor at this stage? Can I use the floor at this stage?
You can, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We've heard from the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. The commissioner there has put us through some of the things that they are doing in the ministry to be able to mitigate these climate change issues. The first thing he said, he talked about women, he talked about the gas, that these days they have done a great deal of job encouraging women to use gas, and then also to ensure waste to health and waste to wealth by ensuring that waste are separated from source. When they are separated from source, they will now be able to know how to handle the rest. Then he also talked about educating the populace. So by education, he also talked about engineers being certified. Because when we are certified in those areas, we now be able to help others and also educate them on how to reduce the impacts. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hiwere, Nigerian LNG, please, can you put us through your activities, what you are doing concerning the engineering solutions?
Okay, thank you very much,
change.
Madam. So I think if we go back in history, the conversation around the environment and climate has changed quite a lot. It's gone through phases. If some of us may recall, 30 years ago, there were, 40 years ago, serious discussions about flaring. And Nigeria was one of the worst performing countries in the world when it came to flared gas. And at other times, there have been talk about the ozone layer, where there was a lot of concern around the world about the depletion of the ozone layer and its global warming effects. Today, we're talking about the energy transition and climate change, the Paris Agreement, and the effects of carbon and methane on our energy system, and how that potentially could lead to significant shifts in the climate. So as an engineering solution, Nigerian energy in itself can be seen as a big engineering solution, because we were set up to, first of all, reduce significantly the flaring in Nigeria, and the levels have gone down by over 60% since Nigerian energy has been operating since 1999. So that was a massive contribution to Nigeria's environmental credentials. It took us off the list of the bad actors when it comes to flaring, and there have been huge efforts by many international and local companies in gas gathering, gas recirculation, gas reinjection over the past 3 decades to sustain that. But then we are faced with a deeper challenge now. And I know there are lots of people on both sides of the fence about climate change. There are the skeptics and there are the promoters of the idea. But I think one of the things we can't ignore is what is happening around us. We see warmer temperatures. We do see air quality issues when it comes to things like smog and soot in our air, which have economic and health effects. So even if we don't look at it at a global level, at a local level, I think we all see the effects of some climate effects. For Nigerian LNG, climate effects came very real to us about 10 years ago, where we saw the beach front on which our facility is situated was fast approaching our site. And every year, it was coming closer and closer and closer. And it was a significant alarm to us. But I want to go back to one of the things that Mr. Aguilar said, that one of the key first steps that we took, and I think is really important for everyone to take, is education. Because there's a lot of conjecture, anecdotes, information around climate, but if you don't fully understand it, and if you don't take the time to study with rigor, you can start to make decisions that would be not beneficial. So interestingly, and it's very nice to see a representative of Lagos State here, because our first thought was to mimic what was done on the Eco-Atlantic front, and we had started looking at efforts to put grunions in the waterways and build up our own false beach, elaborate causes. But someone now said to us, can we look a little bit wider at this problem? And we found out that if you go back 100 years and you look at what had been happening on the beachfront, it will come in and it will go out. It will come in and it will go out. So after a few years, we found out that the beachfront started to recover. And it takes a cycle of about 10 years and it goes in again. Now, not to say that climate effects are not real, but it's just back to Mr. Aguilar's point that even as we try and face these issues, especially as engineers, because engineers shape the world around us. People can have ideas and thoughts, but the way they are implemented is extremely important, and engineers are the ones that face that. So at Nigerian LNG, the first thing we've done at the top of our agenda is to make sure we stay educated and fully understand climate effects, our impact on the climate, our contribution, first as a nation, but also as a company. Nigeria LNG is the largest consumer of gas for processing in the country. If you take away reinjected gas, well over 50% of all the gas used in Nigeria comes to us every day. So we're very, very aware of the effect that has because of carbon and the conversation around carbon. We are very, very keen, as one of our shareholders, Total, has spoken about, first of all, about measuring. How much emissions are we putting out into the environment? The next thing is that once you do that, it gives you an opportunity to understand where there are opportunities for improvement. And we have, over the whole of our existence, and even now continue to do so, been very aggressive in ensuring that we reduce our flaring, reduce our leaks, and ensure that even though we produce hydrocarbon, we ourselves are not high-intensity hydrocarbon emitters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
May I now invite to join the panel discussion the representative of the CEO of Seplat, Roger Brown, Mr. Ayodele Olatunde, Managing Director, Seplat West Limited. Can we put our hands together for him?
Okay, sorry for the little break. That was to welcome the MD, the representative of MD of Seplat. Thank you very much for the understanding. Now, Nigerian LNG has walked us through the activities, and they have even enumerated some of the challenges they have and the understanding of what climate change means to them, and they are making efforts, especially concerning their area of operations. In their area of operations, we all know most of the locations, or exactly it's a riverine kind of location, and they are faced with high tides. He was trying to explain what they experienced when one time the sea will come up, and that's the rising of the sea, but they are working towards it, and they are following the footsteps of Lagos State in what they have done in most of their riverine areas. Thank you very much. Shall?
Thank you very
Engineer
much.
Aloha.
Please confirm you can hear me.
I want you to just give us a little overview of what you do.
Okay.
And the questions will come later, very soon. Okay?
Excellent. So,
concerning
will this be a
climate
good time?
change.
Yes, will this be a good time to share our presentation? Because we do have a short presentation that explains a summary of what we do. So I would like to invite my colleague to take that. It's very short.
Okay, just 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
3
So I don't
minutes.
know if Engineer Doge is ready. While you come up, because we've just been given 5 minutes, I just want to say thank you on behalf of SPDC. In Nigeria, Shell is represented by 3 main companies: SPDC, Shell Production Development Company, SNEPCO, Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company, and we also have SNG, which is our downstream gas sales company. Between all of this, I dare to say that we are one of the largest employers of engineers in Nigeria, and part of our solutions, thank you, and part of what we will be showing today in our slide is how we are focusing on gas as a transition fuel for cleaner energies. Okay.
3 minutes.
All right.
Okay. Did you hear that? Just give us...
So we should take it now?
No.
Okay, so we will take the presentation later, but it will have been good because it will provide the overview. So I will try to share the overview now. So for us in Shell, a lot of the things we have been doing is focusing on cleaner energy. Our broad strategy for that is what we call our Powering Progress strategy. And what that means for all of Shell companies, including us in Nigeria, it's how do we accelerate the transition to net zero, right? And that's all we are working. And you will see that in the presentation coming up. Several things that we've done: focusing on technology to reduce flares, focusing on technology to keep the flares gas in the pipeline for productivity. You just heard from LNG, the gas goes to LNG for export, but most importantly, the gas also goes for domestic gas, for power, and we also have customers like Indorama and also Dangote, which is going to be going for fertilizer, which of course supports the theme that we are discussing today. For us in Shell, we also support community initiatives, which we call the Live Wire. If you Google that, you will find out. Live Wire is focused at empowering the youths in our communities on initiatives that can improve farming and how we can get more products to the market. So I would like for you all to Google LiveWire. LiveWire allows these youths to bring, we train them on business management, we train them on how to run their business, we link them up with NGOs, we bring in people like ITTH to train them, and then most importantly, they have access to international funding. So they also participate on the international group, and last year we actually had one of these youths winning up to $10,000 because of their contribution to farming. So there is a lot of things that Shell is doing. One, in the environment to reduce GHG emissions, but two, actually demonstrating that as an operating in the Niger Delta, we are contributing our own fair share in ensuring that people are empowered to go back to the farms. This year alone, we have spent over $300 million in this initiative to ensure that people are empowered to be able to go back into sustainable farming. So I'd like to leave it there for now, because like I mentioned, there is a lot that you will be seeing in the slides, and I'm open to take more questions on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, we listened to, this is just an overview of the activities of Shell. She has mentioned that they trained some group of people, the youth. They trained the youth. It's called Life Wire, a kind of encouraging and training. Is it from here? Train the youth. And they also mentioned that they are transiting. Yeah. Okay, turn it off. They are also transiting to net zero emission. Is that not fantastic? Is that not fantastic? Shell, net zero emission. They are working close to that. And they also said they have technology in place to reduce some of the flare, you know, the gas they flare, which means as they are working towards zero net emission, they have different technologies that they deploy for this flaring. They also contribute to the domestic gas distribution according to what they are doing, they do. Thank you very much. And the most importantly, and this resonates so much with our theme, they mentioned that they contributed, was it $100 million, you said? $100 million. $100 million contributed to the farmers so that the farms can be sustainable. And that resonates so much with our theme on food security. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Please, MD Seplat. MD Seplat. Yeah, please, just an introduction, because we have, the theme here says sustainable engineering solutions to climate change. We are talking about climate, the impact. And also, sometimes if you know you've done something close to what also assisting on the food security, you can let us know just 3 minutes, in 3 minutes. It's not a question, but just an overview of what you do concerning the theme that we are talking about today.
Good afternoon, all. Apologies for coming late. I actually pulled out of an engagement because Roger could not be here personally because of conflicting priorities. So, yeah, when I look at the team, first is bring us to understanding, bring us to our understanding of energy trilemma. When we talk about energy trilemma, which the three conflicting pillars, we talk about the accessibility and sustainability. We talk about the availability, and then we talk about the security. Security, already we are doing, we have the infrastructure, we have all the support going on. But what is not there for us today, majorly, is the accessibility, sustainability, and at the same time, affordability. So, when we cannot afford most of these things, especially the cleaner part of the energy, then we begin to talk about the implication. The implication is clear. People will break down the wood, they will disturb the atmosphere, they will disturb the climate, then it will affect agriculture, it will affect the lives, that is social, environmental, and economic, in one way or the other. So, first, we really need to begin to address those trilemma before, so that the impact and the import on food, security, will then come out. But those part of it must be fully addressed. In CEPLAC, there are quite a lot of things we are doing in this regard. But when we get to that point, I probably will try to actually expatiate on those areas that will really help with the climate changes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so hello. Ready for the presentation?
Good afternoon.
No. The shell.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay.
We are taking your presentation now.
So
that's what the first is.
Excuse me. My GM HSC has already introduced what we're going to talk about. Okay. Oh, sorry. So in line with the theme of the conference, we packaged a presentation titled Powering Progress. So Powering Progress is a story of Shell partnering with the Nigerian people. It's a story of delivering clean, innovative energy solutions over the years. When you talk about oil and gas in Nigeria, Shell has been there from the very beginning. Can you give me slide 4? Slide number 3, please. Slide 3. 3. The next one. The next slide, please. Okay. So Shell has been operating in Nigeria for over 70 years. From the very first, the discovery of oil in Oloibiri, 1956, to the first export of oil in 1958 by when the then Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa opened the export valve in Bonny. As of 2021, NUPRC estimated our total natural gas reserve at about a little over 206 trillion cubic feet of gas. A significant part of that volume is managed by the shell companies in Nigeria. With a total production capacity of over 2 billion cubic feet per day, Shell plays a big role in the actualization of the federal government Decade of Gas initiative. And as I will show later,
Shell is fully committed and aligned with the federal government aspiration on natural gas development and utilization. Next slide, please. So, permit me to take us through a journey in history, and it's really the story of a lot of people that has gone before me, and I hope they will forgive me if I don't tell the story as well as they would have loved to. Starting in as early as 1962, Shell started supplying gas to the Transamadi industry in Port Harcourt, getting gas from the then Apara flow station. This was followed with the Aba industry, supplying gas to the likes of Lever Brothers and the textile mills in Aba in 1963. Then the Afam power plant. When Nigeria wanted to build a power plant, Shell developed the Afam gas plant to supply that facility with gas. That was followed by the Ugeli, then called, I think, Delta 1, the Ugeli power plant around 1966. So the strategy is, when you want power, Shell brings the gas. Of course, there was a law due to the Civil War after 1966 and to 1970. In the next decade, starting in 1970, in 1975, we started supplying gas to the refinery in Port Harcourt. And for those who know the history of oil in Nigeria, that refinery, which is currently being rehabilitated, was originally built by Shell. And of course, in line with also the power development for the country, at about 1978, Shell also came up with the Sapele gas plant, your asset now, which powers the Sapele power plant. From 1980 to 1995, I think this coincided with, I believe, the third National Development Program of the Shagaris administration. So we have a lot of industries that were coming up, or institutions that were coming up at that time: DSC, NAFCON, the Ajokuta Steel, Egbin Gas Plant, Egbin Power Plant, sorry. And of course, that was also during the period when the NLNG was incorporated. Engineer Ohiweri, FNSC, talked about that. The NLNG, the biggest refrigerator in Africa. Of course, is there that's reducing and monetizing all the gas that hitherto we were flaring mostly. Chevron entered the dump gas market in 1995, bringing, and I believe Total also came in sometime around 2009, between 2009 and 2011. So up to 2005, it was only Shell that was supplying gas to the dump gas market. Of course, in addition to gas, you will also, what I didn't put here, we were also massively developing our oil facilities as well, culminating in the point where at around 2005, Shell was producing as much as 1 million barrels of oil a day. Of course, that comes with its own challenges. Flaring, oh, don't have much time. Flaring and all. Now, let's go, because I don't have much time, but there are two technologies that I really want to talk about, which, and it has to do, we've been talking about flare reduction, but there's something significant that we have done of recent that I think people can learn from a model copy. Can you go to slide, just keep going down, 2 slides from here, slide 7, I believe. The next slide. Yeah. So back in 2005, we had the aspiration of doubling our production capacity. However, the assessment we done shows that the facilities we have at that time were not fit for purpose. So we have to look deep and come up with a solution that will help improve the efficiency of our production facility. And one of that system was what we call the standard world-class facility. To give you an idea of what that separation system is, you have two, in the picture there, in the forefront, you have a standard separator. Behind it, you see two vertical pipes, one is smaller, one at the bottom. In terms of volume, it's about 18 times smaller than the bigger one, but have the same capacity. And the beauty of our technology is that first, it has no level. You don't need level control, no maintenance and others, and that's very cheap solution that we think others, particularly the marginal field operators, can adopt. Now, go to the next slide for me, please. Next slide. This is another key technology, which we call the Shell Turbo Tray. It was a technology developed for refining. We've been able to adapt it for our dehydration system. And one of the advantages, this is the tray being developed. One of the things we did here was to replace the standard M250Y pack that you have in a normal contactor with a turbo tray. By doing that in the Baran gas plant, for instance, we're able to take the capacity of that plant, of one train of the facility, from 505 million standard cubic feet per day to 800 million cubic feet per day. What that does for you, as a matter of fact, doing that project alone, we were able, if we have wanted to put a train, it would have cost us $100 million. But that costs less than $10 million, so you can make the math and see what it is. And also, the energy required to process that 800 million scope is the same as what we were using for the 500 million scope in there. So when you look at emission, that tells you a lot about the emission strategy. Yep. So we're not just thinking about pulling down fuel, we're actually going a deep, already re-engineering what has been engineered to improve efficiency. And lastly, we're not just stopping at delivering oil and gas solution. We need people to do that. So there are a lot of people in this room that went through the Shell intensive training program, just like myself. It was a talent development program initiated by Shell to build capacity in the oil and gas industry. We don't have SITP now, but we also have internship training opportunity for undergraduates. And when we employ people, we also take them through the Shell advanced training program. And of course, not just forgetting our engineering, but this year alone, NSC has conferred on no less than 35 Shell engineers the fellowship of the society, including 8 women. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, just give me the last picture, the former picture. So just to show you some pictures. The picture before then. Up. Yeah, so just to show you some pictures of our social responsibility projects to schools. We're not just stopping with what we are doing. We are going down to the schools, both secondary schools, universities, to introduce facilities that can help build those capacities that we're talking about. And then, and then one of them is, one very important one is domestication of 3D metal printing technology. So we're working with Nigerian foundries. We're providing them the equipment and the know-how to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Let's continue from here. I'll be fetching the MD Seplat. Please, sir. What is Seplat Energy doing with regards to decarbonizing its operations?
Thank you very much. Seplat aggressive approach is on the basis of a strategy, that is our decarbonization approach. It's on the basis of strategy of saying emission reduction and diesel displacement. Emission reduction, diesel displacement. And what does it really mean? I will take it one by one. Things we do within our operation. Okay, no problem. I have enough time now to do that. We are so bold to come out as an organization and announce that we are ending flaring. by the year 2025, by the end of the year 2025. It's a bold statement. I don't think there are too many companies that have made that in this position in which we are. And what are we doing when we talk about that? As I speak today, so we know, for the non-routine flaring, we're actually working with IUPRC. That's for those little gas, the venting gas that is not up to 1 million stuff. We're bringing in a technology we call incineration. Complete combustion, bring out only vapor and CO2 that we'll use in generating power. We have finished with the FAT. The equipment is on its way. Location is getting ready for it. All the engineering approval is gotten. That is one. When we talk about routine flaring, all our facility today, we've installed VRU to take all the routine flaring. We have commissioned the one in Abukwe already. So the one in Sapele and Oben are just waiting for shutdown period. That's one. How about the big investment we're doing into gas infrastructure? We really need to talk about that. Existing Oben gas, we see that it's processed as a handling capacity, processing capacity, 465 million scf. So it's taking care of that, commercializing it, and making sure that 30% of the domestic gas that you see powering today is actually coming from Seplat. And we are also investing massively into ANO, which will be giving us about 300 billion scf as we speak, when it is commissioned. How about the Sapele gas plant that they just presented here? We took it from Shell. We agreed at almost little capacity. But today, we built it to 90 million scf. We've commissioned with the first gas just last month. And we don't just do this. We talk about food security. We talk about accessibility. Seplat is looking at that seriously. Without the new gas plant that we are installing, we now have an LPG end to it. As I speak, Seplat is collaborating with IUPRC to take an initiative on CNG. We are working on the framework with the strategy framework workshop, which they started since last week, and we are committed to making sure that we are able to take gas outside the existing network, gas pipeline network, so it can get to people that would have been using, so we can help our women. So, when I say massive investment, when we look at how much we have invested into gas decarbonization, that is through this infrastructure, it's over $1 billion just from a local company, and all going into domestic markets. How about renewable energy? We're in this space too. We're actually working with some international auditors and consultants to see how we can bring that in. However, like I would say, we equally go all out to say, look, we want to displace some of our diesel generator, and we start with solarizing a lot of our facility. We started with the Abukwe warehouse. Today, we've displaced 133 kVA diesel generator with solar power. And we are going to take that through a lot of some of the existing facility so that we see what we are doing. How about supporting team lab for secondary school? We help them now to solarize their labs so that they no longer have to wait looking for generator or diesel to use. We equally move ahead to do something we call Tree for Life.
Green for health.
Tree for Life. It's good for, number one, environment, two, carbon sequestration, three, conservatism, where you do Tree for Life. So we partner with Edo State We agreed to about 6,000 acres, which are already given to us. Our plan is to plant 1 million trees in 5 years, all over the state of Nigeria. So the pilot is starting with Edo State. So we planted, as at the last month, about 1,000 trees. And then we would definitely come back, about, if I'm correct, 12,000 trees in phase 1 and more to come. So the final part of it is, when you roll up all this effort, there is a value in it for both the organization, the JV, and the nation. And that is rolling this effort into creating value through getting involved with international consultants, again, auditor, to begin to look at carbon credit initiative, where you look at the projects that actually qualify for this initiative so that you can embark on them. They will help your environment, they will help socially, and they equally will help economically. And those are the things that CEPLAT is doing. And I think, having said this, I believe it's worth a round of applause for a local company doing a lot of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we listened to MD CEPLAT on all they have done concerning sustainable engineering solution. He talked about using gas to displace their diesel generators, and they support the same system. They plan to plant 1 million trees, and they also create value through carbon credit initiative, which is a very big value for the value chain. So those are some of the things that we take. And they also said by 2025, am I right? The emission ends. CEPLAT has assured us that in 2025, there will be no more emissions in their operations. Thank you very much. So, the next, I will take on you, sir. Yes, I won't ask so much, just a little. So what I want to ask, sir, I want to know about, just one question. Okay. So what I want to ask, this is very important. That's why I'm driving through this. This is for Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Lagos State. And I want to ask you about investment in renewable energy. Yeah, I know you took us through your activities. You told us how you're educating the populace and all that. But we want to know, is your company exploring or investing in renewable energy sources? And how does this fit into your overall strategy for sustainable Nigeria? I see you now as number 1. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. We don't take it lightly when people give us some credit. Calling us number 1 when it comes to renewable energy is not a small feat. Please, can you help me give Lagos State government a round of applause? I mean, Madam Moderator has said it, and I don't want to take the credit very lightly. Now, let me just expatiate on some of the things we are doing. We are deliberately moving. We did a study, and the study shows that within our metropolitan area, we have over 2 million generators, both diesel and petrol-fired. And we are determined that over the next 5 years, we eliminate all those generators. And the only way we can eliminate them is when we go green. And so we're doing a combination of increasing available capacity on the grid and also empowering our people to have standalone systems. I can confirm to you that over 300 secondary and primary schools currently use solar-powered system for their electricity need in the various schools. I can also confirm to you that currently over 10 general hospitals and primary health centers are using solar power for their operations. But plans are already on the way to ensure that all our medical institutions, they are completely solarized. We are building a new maternity complex on Lagos Island. That center will be run completely on renewable energies. And I can also confirm that we are going through the process of engaging investors to bring on board new capacities of renewable energies, the magnitude for about 1 gigawatt within the Lagos area. The land is available. We are working on grid infrastructures. The people we are negotiating, reviewing all their submissions. Within the next 1-2 years, we'll be announcing to you that Lagos has what can be described as a clean electricity market. And it's going to be clean simply because you engineers are going to make it possible for the city of Lagos to have its to have its vision of ensuring a clean electricity market achieved in our lifetime. I thought I encourage my governor now. Waiting. Hey, it's not a small work. I can assure you of that. And we're not here to just hype you. Activities are already ongoing, and you will see the result in no time. Can I continue? Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much. Please, just one more little question to my Nigerian LNG. We're talking about, I had a little discussion, we're talking about innovations, especially as it concerns engineering designs for your facilities, and this has to do with climate change. Can you tell us a little more about the technologies you have in place and your plan in applying sustainable engineering solutions to some of your designs now that you are, I think you are doing another train now, and I'm sure you are doing the detailed design now, or maybe you've passed that stage. So what are the new innovations? What are the things that you have considered in designing your new system that you have not done, that you were not doing before? Please just throw a little light on that.
Okay, I think the first thing we do is, again, I have to always start with people, is upskilling our people. And I would like all the LNG people in the hall to please stand up. All LNG people, please stand up. All LNG people, please stand up. We can see we have about 20 or 30 engineers here today. So the first thing we do is to invest in our people coming for this kind of courses, because they're the ones that, as Mr. Agunowen said, is the engineers that drive what happens. We have the capacity to process 3.5 billion cubic feet of gas currently. With Train 7, that will go up to 4.5 billion. Remember, Shell said that their whole capacity is 2 billion. So that's just to give you the scale to understand how much gas Nigeria Energy does. And associated with that is many million tons of carbon that we emit. So we've set a 2040 ambition in line with our new strategy and our new logo of driving sustainability to be net zero to 2040, which is a very aggressive target. And there are very few, I would say, not just in the industry, in the world, that are that ambitious. So to do that, our engineers are looking at a lot of things. So the first thing we also believe in is in efficiency. Less than 20% of the energy we actually extract from the ground is showing up on the lights you have around here. Just think about that. Less than 20%. That means 80% of the potential of a molecule of gas that comes out of the ground is actually lost between the well and the light. And we think there's a huge opportunity in efficiency, not just to reduce emissions, which is a key objective, but also to increase value, because sustainability is all about more responsible use of resources. So that's one thing we look at very carefully. How we do that? We're looking at our plant, our existing plant, and we are optimizing it. We're using machine learning and artificial intelligence to improve and support our operators in the way they run the plant. We are also building additional facilities to capture flaring. We have a new boil-off gas compressor we're just about to commission to improve our capacity to reduce flaring. We've looked very aggressively at renewables like Lagos State. We've looked at wind, solar, thermal. We've looked at geothermal as well. And solar and geothermal are the two that we're looking at very closely. We've already started solar deployments, and we've already started using things like electric vehicles in our facility. Small things, but they do make a difference. We're also looking at big things as well. We're looking at how we can recapture the waste heat in our facility and how we can improve our compression train to ensure that we are more responsible with our use of fuels. We're also looking at carbon capture. We have a big initiative we've been going on for a few years, working very closely with regulators, and there's a government effort from the Vice President's office that's driving that to see how we can be one of the pioneers in bringing carbon capture to life in Nigeria. Like Seplat and others, we're looking at things like waste. We're looking at waste to wealth as well. Small things, but the key things about them is that they drive the culture, and they also train the engineers of tomorrow who are going to be expanding the grid for electric vehicles and finding smarter ways to use our fuel. Externally, Nigerian LNG was a pioneer in driving the LPG market and growing it. As far back as 10 years ago, we committed 100% of our butane to the local market. At that time, we were a few 100,000 tons of LPG per year. And because we committed that market and we committed supply, that market has grown to the point now, from us being 3 times the market is now almost 3 times us, because we stimulated that market deliberately, and that was a decision by our board to add value to the country. That has helped us reduce the use of firewood and brought a lot of clean cooking, Sagnowe has also mentioned. We have domestic partnerships to also bring LNG to power plants. We have a domestic LNG play. We're looking at trucking LPG and LNG also around the country, again, to support the government's aspiration of 2060 to be net zero. And when it comes to our local community, we have been always very, very prudent in how we use the resources around the environment. I was just in our new effluent treatment plant yesterday, which we're building, the second one we're building, which has 8 processing steps, 8, to ensure that the effluent that comes out of our plant is almost drinkable. And that's what we put into the water, to ensure that people can continue fishing and their traditional way of life in a sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to attend to the audience in a minute. There was a question sent to me here, and I believe the MD Shell has responded to your question. You asked about exploration. You said, what is Shell doing to avoid the gas flaring? I think that question was answered during the session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we are now closing. We have come to the end of this insightful panel session now. Anything else? I just want... I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for sharing their thoughts. Pardon? For sharing their thoughts with us. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have shared the great ideas. And we've at least gotten some solutions to some of the... Pardon? We have shared great ideas and solutions to address climate change challenges in Nigeria. I will encourage us to take this conversation beyond here. We are not going to live here in this place. We can help to ensure sustainability in engineering solutions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for a wonderful work done. Now I want to invite Madam President to come for a snapshot and presentation of plaques to our distinguished panelists.
While Madam President presents the award, may I please recognize and welcome to this event the MD CEO, Ogun Osun River Basin Authority, Engineer Dr. Dapo Ashiru. Let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. Engineer Dr. Deji Ashiru. You're welcome, sir. Please, Hussaini Idris from Katsina State Government, you have misplaced your ID card. Try and see me. Hussaini Idris, Katsina State Government. Then Onyebuchi Nwabueze, your membership card is misplaced, and I have it. Thank you.
Yes, he's coming.
Thank
Distinguished engineers, at about 12 o'clock this afternoon, we signed an MOU with two organizations. One of them, Asset Rise Limited, is here to talk to us for about 10 minutes. The MOU is it concerns the demonstration farms that we want to have in the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria, in line with the NSC strategic agenda on food security and job creation for young people. MD Asset Arise, please come up here for about 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Nigerians. Good afternoon, engineers in the house. It's my pleasure being here, and we greatly appreciate this privilege. Most of it all partnering with this noble organization, the Nigerian Society of Engineers. We've been in active work to define what this partnership is all about. And briefly, we'll be showing you some of the works we have been able to do in agriculture in Nigeria. I want to submit that agriculture is sustainability, and agriculture cannot scale without engineering. And that is why the theme for this year's summit is strategic enough to encourage farmers like me to see how engineering can help us to scale and achieve food security for Nigeria, achieve job creation for our teeming youth population, and also grow the economy of the country. In the past 5 years, we started a journey of planting across 4 states in Nigeria, and today we have proudly done over 4,000 hectares of agric projects across Lagos State, Ogun, Oyo, and Ondo State. It will be good for us to know that most times we assume that Lagos State does not have land to feed itself. But courageously, Lagos State is taking a very great step to food security, and we are proudly to tell you that last year in the history of Lagos State, we cultivated and harvested over 1 million tubers of yam for the first time in Lagos State. And also, we are growing the projects, which is tied to the co-yams, into a larger production capacity for Lagos State. And this innovation has moved us also to expanding our projects in oil palm production. I'd love to share you a bit story of a young farmer like me. My father died when I was 14 years old, and it looks that was all to life. Getting a good education seems over. But kudos to my father. He owns over 100 acres of oil palm plantation in Ondo State. And that was all we have to fall back to. And every time we need to pay tuition, we go harvest the palm trees and we pay our tuition. Until the 4th generation, that palm tree is still fetching us revenue. And that is the definition of sustainability. He may be no more, but agriculture is taking care of us. And agriculture can take care of Nigeria if we can take agriculture to the next level. And I'm proud to tell you also that right in my state, Ondo State, Awolowo planted over 10,000 hectares of oil palm plantation. And that is approximately over 1.5 million trees, life in its days. And that alone can keep that entire region on a green zone. The trees does not just provide food for the community, the tree provide a lot to support the climate. And so from so much of the presenters today, from the oil companies, supporting the climate change can be much investment in agriculture, just like you have demonstrated today. And we have taken also this campaign in partnership with the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Last month, we partnered with the Federal University of Agriculture, Abuja, where we are currently allocated 100 hectares, and we are cultivating yams and other produce in the Federal University of Agriculture, Abuja. And we've also expanded a project to include 1,500 students who, after graduation, we have the opportunity to cultivate a minimum of 1 hectare each. And that will serve to employ these youths when they are out of schools and they don't need to depend on throwing their CVs out, because agriculture is a major employer of labor in Nigeria. And also, the agro-smart city innovation has given us a room to be able to meet state governments and advocate that the same way we create GROAs in all our states, the state government can create GROAs for agriculture. And simply what we are doing is telling the government to instrumentalize land as an instrument to expand agriculture. And we are good also to partner with NSC to expand this project across the 6 geopolitical zone in Nigeria. And today we have a 3,000 hectares project in Ogun State, Nigeria. We were also in Enugu State, Abia State, where the state government of Enugu State is pledging 7,000 hectares to the Agro-Smart City project, and the government of Abia State is pledging 10,000 hectares to the Agro-Smart City project. In a short while, what will the Agro-Smart City project provide for us, and what will be the capacity of NSC in this project? We will be able to develop the demonstration farms, and beyond the demonstration farms, every produce that will come out from this agro-processing or agro-smart city can be converted into other produce. So for example, Nigeria today demands over 1.3 million metric tons of palm oil to service our domestic and local demand. It will be good for us to know that one of the best companies in the Nigeria Stock Exchange today are agri-company. And you have the likes of Presco and Okumu, who are doing over 49 billion profit after tax from palm tree farming. That is how much agriculture can contribute. And these companies are doing what we call the agro-smart city. I mean, innovating agriculture into a bigger zone. So with NSC, we are able to develop agro-processing plants and the agro-residential zone, and also the farms that can power raw materials to service all that we can produce from the farm. Rounding up, I would like to say that in collaboration with the Nigerian Society of Engineers, we can end food security in Nigeria. We can provide jobs for our teeming youth population, and we can protect the climate if we plant more trees. And not just trees, economic trees that can serve our economy better, and together we can grow a better Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. A round of applause for Assets Arise.
Let me grab the indulgence of my Madam President to come off the podium to present plaques to our judges for the poster presentation. The poster presentation was actually an initiative that was spearheaded by the Madam President. So we have certificates for poster presenters, and poster presenters can come to the technical desk to receive their certifications. But the judges will come up for
may I have on the podium Engineer Ademola Isaac Olorunfemi, President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers in 2014 and 2015, to come and make this presentation. He's 60 forever, forever 60. Please give him a round of applause. He jogged up the stairs.
Please, we are calling on Engineer Oluseyin Faluyi. Please, he was our Chief Judge for poster presentation 1 and 2 yesterday. Please come up for.
I just saw him now, and I was asking him.
Oh, okay. Call the next person.
Engineer Professor Omodele Eleta. Come in. Please, a round of applause for her.
Okay.
Some of our esteemed judges that we are not members of technical committee. Engineer Francis Etofa, FNSC. Francis Etofa, FNSC. Please go to the podium and receive your plaque, please. Engineer Rabiu Haruna, FNSC, is one of our judges. Rabiu Haruna, FNSC. Please come to the podium. Engineer Temitope Esther Aboyenji, please come to the podium and receive your. I think that's still another lead. Engineer Dr. Yetunde Alajetan, FNSC. Yetunde, okay, she's there. Please, a round of applause for her. These two are not there. Okay, see the. Hurry up now. Miles, hurry up. That's the Rabiu Haruna. I thought that I saw Yetunde coming up. Not the one. Okay. Maybe you have gone. So this guy also is gone out. That's all. So all poster presenters, please do well to come and collect your certificate. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Group dynamics.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your time spent with us. But I assure you that we shall have more time to enjoy tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded the technical sessions and the poster sessions. Now we continue to group dynamic program. The group dynamics program, we are continuing immediately. And after the group dynamics program, we shall be having the welfare night and thereafter the cultural night. So may I now invite...
Wait, before you invite technical committee, I want to traverse now.
May I invite all members of the technical committee to please come up to the podium. They have done very well. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. With the permission of the President, may I invite the Deputy President to please join Madam President on the podium for this group photograph. Announcement, Katsina State Government Senior Staff Identity Card missing, and I have it. Husseini Idris from Ministry of Works. Membership card belonging to Onyebuchi Nwabueze. Congratulations, thank you. May I now invite the chairman of the division's group dynamics, Engineer Professor M. Dabo Ibrahim, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, and members of that committee to please come up stage and let us know the winners of the division's group dynamics and how they must have arrived at that. Branches.
No divisions.
Okay. While we await the divisions, may I invite the chairman of the branches group dynamics, Engineer Olayinka Ali, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, and his committee to please come forward and present the various awards to the winners. Thank you. Okay, we shall be taking the divisions group dynamic first. So let's put our hands together for the chairman, Engineer Professor M. Dabo Ibrahim, FNSE, and his committee as they come forward. Thank you.
Please, all members of the group dynamics for division should come up.
don't have a view. We don't have a view. We don't have a view. Prof, you have gotten it. Prof, you have gotten it.
You can, okay, if you are ready, you can go ahead.
Yes. I want them to. Yeah.
No, if you just continue, they will sit. Okay, let me talk to
When president is.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please stay calm, be on our seats, as we now have the group dynamics competition results for divisions. Thank you. Just continue.
Okay. Madam President, fellows, senior colleagues, invited guests, good evening. I am Mohammed Dabo, Chairman Group Dynamics. I'm here to present our report for Group Dynamics for Division for 2024. This is the outline of the presentation. I have members of the group dynamics. It's a very big, powerful team made up of 13 members and a secretary from the secretariat, from the headquarters. Before me, these are members of the committee. Others will join us, but here with me today is Engineer Bola Bido and Engineer Katali Aja. Others will join us. Next slide, please. Your pointer is not working. Next slide. Yes, I've asked. This it's not working. The council established terms of reference. There are 8 terms of reference, which the committee has successfully achieved 6 out of 8.
So you have like 20 minutes.
Okay. The 7th one is what we are doing today. After today's on, we will submit the report to the council, achieving 100% the terms of reference. Next slide, please. These are the activities of the group dynamics for division. We set evaluation criteria whereby all divisions will have to follow holistically to make their submissions. We then do performance audit whereby we scrutinize, assign marks to all what has been submitted to the committee. And we also monitor activities of the divisions. The committee, we have divided ourselves based on your location into 6 geopolitical zones, whereby any division that is having an activity will invite member of the committee to go and guide them so as to do the right thing and, if possible, earn the full marks. Next slide. So the evaluation criteria, the committee has established 8 evaluation criteria. Of course, the 9th one is summary of all the 8. Next slide, please. These are the 8 evaluation criteria ranging from professional activity up to the 8th one, which is social responsibility initiative as shown on the slide. Of course, the 9th one is presentation. How is your presentation of the report? It's also been assessed. Next slide. Participation, next slide. There are 24 divisions of NSE. 14 had made submissions, while 10 did not show at all. Out of these 10, there are 2 divisions which you will come to know. They made submissions after the committee had even finished the physical assessment at the headquarters. Next slide. These are the divisions that have made submissions, 14 of them. Next slide. These are the divisions that have not made submissions. However, out of these 10, 2 made submission but was not assessed because they made submissions lately, and that is ICT and power and safety, sorry, ICT and safety. Next slide. So these are the submissions made by division. You can see from this slide, when one division is submitting about 30 volumes, there was a division that has submitted 16 pages. So this slide we are showing so that at least members will take these submissions very serious. We have observed many divisions have materials, but they don't compile them on time. When it is time to make submissions, they just gather anything available and submit. Next slide. So the assessment was in 2 forms. There was virtual assessment and then the physical assessment. When we were sending requests for submissions, we made it clear that submit both soft and hard copies. However, some divisions did not submit their soft copy. The soft copies submitted were sent to members for preliminary assessment. Initially, we used, that's the council, used to give members of group dynamics, lodge them for 1 week to do thorough assessment, but because of paucity of funds, it is now reduced to only 2-3 days. That is why the committee had to accept the virtual, the soft copy at the comfort of their zones. We do preliminary assessment before coming to the headquarters and do the physical assessment. We did the physical assessment 15th October 2024. Next slide, please. So these are members of the committee at work during the assessment. And after the work, next slide, we also have this picture. Next slide, please. We have tried to go through the history and see the performance of these 24 divisions for the past 7 years. So briefly, next slide. You can see that is the first one. That is, as you can see there, we don't have luxury of time. The slides will be made available. This is very important for those divisions that are not performing. Next slide. So we have 9 categories, as been mentioned before. We have tried to bring the best 3 out of each category. Bumi, you can come up. Bumi Ajayi. Yes. So, next slide. These are the first. Okay. Yes, please go back. You can see in professional activities, agriculture came first with 95%, followed by chemical with 88%, and third position went to mechanical engineering. Next slide. In growth, chemical came first, followed by agric, and civil engineering came third. Next slide. In organization, many divisions, that is chemical and civil, came first, scoring the 100% marks, followed by mechanical, and third position went to agric. Next slide. Next slide. In finance, many divisions perform very well. You can see appraisal, chemical, civil, environment, highway, mechanical, and space. They scored 100%. While agriculture, again, came second with 80%, and last but not the least, metallurgical scored 20%, becoming third. Next slide, please. Next slide. In publicity, also chemical, civil, highway, metallurgical perform very well. They scored 100%, that is the 17 points. Agriculture also, no, agriculture became second, and water took the third position in publicity. Next slide. In support for NSE, civil and highway scored 100%, that is they go to 24 marks, followed by mechanical, which is second with 83 Lastly, structure with 14 points. That is 58%. Next slide. Next, that is support student use programs. By scores, you can see here, chemical and mechanical scored the 100%. Second position went to environment, and the third position was for agriculture. Next slide. In social responsibility initiatives, we have 3 divisions tied in first position: chemical, environment, highway came first, followed by mechanical second position, and water took third position with 32 marks. The last one in presentation, next slide. Next slide. Yes, this is how well was your presentation made. It's not only the substance, but the arrangement. The first position went to agric and highway. They scored 10 marks, which is 100%. While second position, appraisal, chemical, industrial, structural and water, and even mechanical, metallurgical also took second position, while the third position, which is 60, was taken by automotive, civil, environment, facilities, mechanical, and space. So please, let's appreciate them. They all perform very well. Next slide. We have some observations during assessment. One, next slide, please. We have observed that few divisions have complied fully with the evaluation guidelines by submitting both hard and soft copies. Some divisions submitted claims outside the reviewed period. That is from 1st July to 31st June 2024, 1st July 2023, and 30th June 2024. Some divisions claim to have submitted audited account, but they were not signed. Account that is not signed, I think, is not valid, because we have indicated in the evaluation criteria that audited account should be signed. Some reports were not sequentially arranged in line with evaluation criteria. That is what informed that number 9, which I have shown in the previous slide, where some divisions had 100%, 80, and 60. Some contents of hard copies submitted not matching with the electronic copies. As we've said also, 2 divisions made submissions after we have completed the assessment. Next slide, please. Now, the results. One good thing with group dynamics for divisions, all those that have made submissions, they don't belong to last positions, because last positions belong to those that have not made submissions. So let's appreciate the 14 that have made submissions. Next slide, please. Operator, you have to go with me. Next slide. 14th position scored 8 points out of 300. Next slide. And that division is industrial. Let's appreciate industrial. 13th position scored 71 out of 300, and that division is space. 12th position scored 81, And the division is facilities. 10th position had 85 out of 300, and that division is automotive and locomotive. 10th position had 119 out of 300, and the division is metallurgical. Next slide. These are the winners. 9th position scored 134, and it is appraisal. 8th position had 114. The division is structure. 7th position, please, let's go back. We need to see the slide, not myself, please. Thank you. The 7th position, environment. Let's appreciate environment. These are the divisions that have scored more than half. They have tried. Next is 190 over 300, and the division is water. 5th position scored 251, and the division is highway. So they belong to the winners. It is now time. We have seen up to 5th position. There are 4 divisions fighting behind the scene to get 3 out of them. Next slide. These 3 positions that we will get, they have prizes. The 3rd position will get 200,000. Next slide. 2nd will get 300,000. The 1st position will become a millionaire division. And these prizes, next slide. These prizes for the past 28 years has been supportive. Each year, this very individual gives 1,500,000. Madam President, with your permission, can we have standing ovation for the sponsor of the prizes? Next slide. The Jaman. We appreciate, sir. Please, next slide. Yes, next slide. This is the Ujaman.
President said you should wait.
Okay, Madam President. Okay. Yes, this is the sponsor. We appreciate, sir. Thank you. He was the president of NSE 1996-1997. So next slide. Now let's celebrate the best 4. Next slide, please. Gradually, the 4th position scored 253, which is equal to 84%, and that division is Civil Engineering Division. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. This is the performance of the Civil Engineering Division with time. You see, In 2021, they had their peak. Then in 2022, they dropped. Now they are making serious improvement. Thank you. Next slide. Now, third position scored 257, which is 86%. And that division is agricultural engineering. Thank you. It is worth to note, please, from their profile, their performance in the last 7 years, you see Agric is really taking up. It's improving. From 2020, they have been climbing. So we are waiting for Agric next year. Next slide is second position, which scored 89 over 100. And that division is mechanical engineering. Let's appreciate them. And from their history, they perform wonder. In 2022, they had about 50%. But in last year, that is 2023, they had over 90, or almost 90. And even this year also, they have a plateau. So, congratulations, mechanical division. The next position is first position, which scored 279, which is 93%, and the division is chemical division. Madam President, with your permission, this is our report. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to play this. Thank you.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishila.
Can we have
Jerusalem,
the third
ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami.
Can we have agricultural division to come for the third position? Agric. Agrip. Representative.
Can the national chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers come up, please? Can we also have, sir, Engineer Dr. Ehi Joseph Ujama. In fact, let me call the name again because you did not respond. Engineer Dr. Ehi Joseph Sunday Ujama. So where is Nameki? Now only you waka come.
Where is their check, you? The national chamber.
Where's their check? President, sir.
Mechanical is already off.
Mechanical. Where's the plan?
Okay, Agric is here. Okay, Agric is third. Mechanical second. So let's have for Agric. Congratulations to the Nigerian Institution of Agricultural Engineers. They came third position in this year's group dynamics competition. Congratulations. And the second position, no, she's not talking, she's just taking the pictures. The second position goes to the Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers. It's like if people are not happy, we withdraw it. Oh. Chemical, warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up.
Yes, we work that. Rachel, stop here.
There is always a mechanical dimension in everything.
Mechanical advantage.
Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, and the winner of the 2024 Group Dynamics competition for the divisions, and the winner is Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they say there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Ludacris going in on the verse, cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making it, my folks locked down. I never went nowhere, what they saying Luda's back. Blame it on that contour, the hood call it Luda-yak. And I'm on this foolish track, so I spit my foolish flow. My hands go up and down, like strippers' booties go. My verses still be serving, tight like a million virgins. Last time on a college remix, now I'm on the original version. Can't never count me out, y'all better count me in. Got 20 bank accounts, accountants count me in. Make millions every year, the South's champion. Cause all I do, all I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get it up. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they say there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Swerving in my low. Head on a swivel, you know serving me's a no-no. Clean as a whistle as I pull out in my Rolls Royce. Yellow bone passenger, they see it, they say, oh boy. Tell Cali, back it up, my niggas call me loco. Down for armed trafficking, don't make me pull that fofo. Ask you what you laughing at, represent that mud life. Dirty money, bitch, you better get your mud right. We come together holding hands and holler hood life. We all strapping all black, it's like Bud Light. You riding to what? Cause we riding tonight. Now she riding with me cause you wasn't riding. All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get it up. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. Up, down, cause all I do is win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Heat in the kitchen, hot on the stove, water getting boiled, dope being sold, Snoopy in the hookie, system overload. I've been running this rap game since I was 20 years old.
Play the champion song for them. The champion song.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up,
stand up. Okay, yeah.
Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it.
Thank you. Congratulations. Your champions has expired. Ladies and gentlemen, it might interest you to know, you will not know why Madam President is smiling, no? Do you know? Should I tell you? That's her one and only division. Oh. She's a fellow of the division of the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers. Please, a round of applause for them once more, and to Madam President. Now, it is a challenge to other divisions. They have been winning this back to back. So it is time for everyone to wake up, do more programs. You have everything. You have the cheat sheet already to win. So please do that, and next year, let's have more winners. That is part one. Now we go to the second part of the group dynamics competition, and that is the branches group dynamics competition. May I now invite the chairman and members of the group dynamics competition for branches to please come forward. The chairman, Engineer Olayinka Ali, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. Can we put our hands together for him and his committee as they come up stage?
Please let all our members come on to the podium. All members, well, Madam President, the DP, all past president here, and the initiator of this program, our past president Ujama, I especially recognize you. Can we have our presentation, please? Can we have our presentation, please? What? Well, they will be joining us. We can't hold this extreme gathering ransom. Well, this is 2024 Group Dynamics Competition of Branches.
Please, if you have misplaced your phone, kindly see me. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's remember that as the divisions are for our stepners in professional practice, the branches are to be our flag bearers nationwide. And the face of the branches are the face of NSC. So, in instituting this competition, we want to know how the branches are fared in carrying out our vision and mission throughout the nation. Can we move forward? Can we move on? Slide 2. Our presentation outline, introduction, the membership of the committee, the timeline for submissions of plans and reports, the branches that failed to participate in 2024, the list of branches that failed to participate in 2024 and 2033, consequences of not participating for 3 years consecutively, detailed criteria for assessment in 2024, performance of branches in 8 main areas of assessment. Then observations and recommendations from current assessment. Then results of the 2024 competition. The group dynamics competition for branches is conducted every year. It seeks to encourage branches to promote activities in the following areas: professional development, membership drive and growth, the branch administration organization, management of our financial resources at branch level, societal impact and publicity, support for NSC headquarters. The NSC Strategic Committee started at Margaret Oguntala presidency strategic agenda, then submission of reports. So those are 8 criteria that we use to assess every branch. Can we have the next slide? Our members are as listed. Can we move on? So the timeline for submission of plans and reports from the branches. Every branch is supposed to give us its calendar at the beginning of each year. The calendar of activities so that we can track it and follow it. Every branch is supposed to give us notice of submission of reports by the first quarter of the year. And for the final submission of your report is 31st September of each year to allow time for compilation of the reports. Can we move on? Next slide. These are the branches that did not participate this year: Abakaliki, Aguata, Ajaokuta, Canada, Duse, Eleme, Enugu, Austin, Ile-Ife, Ilesha, Kafanchan, Lokoja, London, Maitama, New Busa, Nnewi, Omoku, Onisha, Oweri, Omuaran, Ogwe, Oron, Sapele, Yewan, Zaria. All these branches did not participate this year. Next branch, next slide. These branches did not participate last year and this year. Abakaliki, Ajaokuta, Enugu, Ile-Ife, Ilesha, Lokoja, London, and New Busa. Please, this has consequences. Can we get to the next slide? This has consequences. Based on the subsiding council resolution, branches that fail to participate for 3 consecutive years need to apply for readmission as bona fide branches. Consequently, if any of the 8 branches fails to participate in 2025 competition, they will be suspended in line with the council decision. I will read that again, please. Based on the subsiding council's resolution, branches that fail to participate for 3 years consecutively will need to reapply for admission. So the 8 branches earlier published that they did not participate in 2023 and 2024, if any of them do not participate next year, they will cease to be branches. Branches might not be aware of this before, so we are not going to make it regretful. But if you don't participate next year out of the 8, then you cease to be branches. Thank you. Next. Only one branch submitted late, and that is Giri. So we did not assess it. Next. These are the details of criteria under each subheading. Professional activities. It carries 25 marks. Number of public lectures organized in the year, 4 marks. Number of workshops and seminars in the year, 5 marks. Technical sections held in the year. I can't see that. I think that is 6 marks. Move on, please. Industrial collaboration, 4 marks.
So that we won't
Quality and standard of presentation, 3 marks. Move on, please. Then the next one is the growth of your branch. 6 marks. If you have increase in membership, you have 4 marks. Move on. Please, next slide. If you have increase in dues you have collected, 2 marks. These are, I can't see. Yeah, this is for organizational structure. The standard of the secretariat attract 5 marks. Out of I think 80 marks. Stand up. Then your publishing of your newsletters. Then you have executive committee meetings, branch general meetings. I think the last one is if you conduct your annual general meeting. Can we move on? Can we move on? Next slide. We have next slide. Then finance. Your finance attracts 4 marks. So if you have audited account, you have 3 marks. If you have statement of account, you have 1 mark. Can we move on? Then support for NSC. Donations towards society activities, 2 marks. If you attend council meetings, if your chairman attend council meetings, you get marks. If you pay 5% of your deposits of training to NSC headquarters, you get 3 marks. And you give scholarship and bursary awards at your branches, you get 4 marks. So that is for support for NSC. Let's move on. Then that is NSC strategic agenda. Coded MOPSA agenda. If you have member development programs, you get 3 marks. If you have relationship, if you develop a relationship within government, industry, academia, you get 2 marks. If you enforce international relations, if you have international relations mechanisms, you get 2 marks. If you do good publicity for NSC in your branch, you get 1 mark. And the last one is that if you do community impact, you bring community impactful activities, you get 2 marks, 1 mark. Let's go on. So the last one, if you submit your reports regularly, if you submit 8 months out of the 12 months, you get 3 marks. If you submit quarterly, you get 2 marks. So those are the 8 criteria. Let's now look at the performance. In the main criteria, let's look at performance. These are the top best in professional activities. Port Harcourt, Wari, Benin, Minna, Abuja, Ikeja, Lagos, Bonny, Owa, Ibadan, Gusau, Oyo, Umofia, Umoya, Sokoto, Calabar, Aba, Egbin, now Ikorodu, Kano, Apapa, Ulu, Saudi, Glasgow, Ogbomoso, Yenegua, and Makurdi. These are the branches that perform well in professional activities. Quite a lot of them. So we are doing well in professional activities. Can we move on? These are the branches that have grown well over the last 1 year. Makurdi, Katsina, Saudi, Kabuga, Gusau, Ibadan, Ikeja.
When you call the results, before you call the first, second, third,
I know.
invite me for
Okay, I know. Port Harcourt, Wari, Bonny, Minna, Abuja, Uyo, Jalingo, Manchester, Apapa, and Asaba. These are the branches that have good administrative structures. They have offices, they have staff, they have equipment to run their office, and they are doing well. Thank you. Let's look at the next. In organizational chart, these are the branches that are doing well. Wari, Benin, Wari, Bonny, Minna, Abuja, Ikeja, Lagos, Apapa, Abeokuta, Owa, Bida, Gusau, Calabar, Kabuga, Jalingo, Ikorodu, Minna, Kano, VI, Ogbomoso, Kaduna, and Makurdi. Next one. Next one, please. Next one. The best in financial, whose financial system and organization is very good. Ogbomoso branch, BI branch, Ilorin branch, Glaso, Apapa, Oluyole, Kano, Ilaro, Lagos, Ikeja, Abuja, Minna, Benin, Bonny, Port Harcourt, and Warri. Next slide, please. So, we have started separating men from boys and boys from men. Because the real face of NS to the public is the impact we have in the society we are operating on. And these are the 4 branches that have performed well: Benin, Lagos, Abuja, and Ikeja. Thank you. Next slide, please. These are branches that have supported NS headquarters and have done beneficial activities: Warri, Abuja, Lagos, and VI. Next slide. In MOPSA, you have Warri, Abuja, Ikeja. The last one, submission of reports. Only Bida and Abuja have done well there. They have submitted their reports regularly. All others did not think it's important, but it's very important, the God's cause. Now let's move on to the next slide. So from all we have said, this is the score and the positions. The EPOMA had 4 points, 4% out of 100. It got 61st position. Musuka, Udil, Jos, like that. Those are the branches from 42nd position to 61st position. Can we go to the second slide? The next slide, please. The next, no, before that. From the 20th position to 41st position, these are the branches: Oluyole, Akure, Sokoto, Ado Ekiti, Mowe, Lafia, Abeokuta, Eket, Manchester, Glasgow, Oyo, Kabuga, Asaba, Ilorin, Olu, Umoya, Jalingo, Kaduna, Ota, and Ikorodu. That is 28th to 41st. Next slide. Yeah. From 9th to 28th, we have Ibadan, 43, got 20th position. Saudi Arabia, 43, they got 20th position. Bida branch, 44.5, 19th position. Kano branch, 45 over 100, 17th position. Ogbomoso branch, 45%, 17th position. Calabar branch, 49%, 16th position. Katsina branch, 50%, half of the mark, 50%, 15th position. Apapa, 51.5, 14th position. Victoria Island, 52%, 13th position. Makurdi branch, 53%, 53.5, 12th position. Gusau, 57%, 11th position. Bonny branch, 61%, 10th position. Port Harcourt branch, 62.25, 9th position. So let's now start going to the big boys. So with the encouragement of Madam President and to relieve the burden of the initiator of this program, we also look for sponsorship for group dynamics to encourage our branches. So we are giving 50, apart from, we are giving these 5 compensatory prices of 50,000 naira each. The President, the Madam President approved it. Warri branch, 63.5%, 8th position. Mina branch, 66%, 7th position. Warri branch, 68%, 6th position. Benin branch, 70%, 5th position. Aqua branch, 73.75%, 4th position.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are waiting for it. Be calming down, calm down, calm down. Before we get to that, may I please invite to the podium to address us the chairman of the NSC Electoral Committee, Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, FNSC, FA Inch, MNI. Let's put our hands together for him as he gives us a very important information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President, Vice Presidents, Executive Members, fellows, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, the voting portal will open by midnight and you can start voting. Tokens will come in before 11. Now, some of us will not be able to vote. Thank you. The reason is that in spite of all the announcement that has been made, you have not updated your data on the database in the NSC. We see how people who have neither email nor phone numbers on their database. And we have people who have emails that are not sensible and also phone numbers that are not sensible. So either way, if you have that kind of data, you cannot vote. I'll give you an example. There is a case of somebody whose registration number is 000. He's a civil engineer. He's from Giri branch. He has no phone number. No, and his email is admin@nsc. So why I'm doing this, saying this is, so if you don't, you can go to your database now and make sure you impute. But even if you impute, it's too late for the election. But if you don't do it now, it means even next year and subsequent years, you will still not be able to vote. I'm deliberately announcing because it has been happening, but we need to announce this to particularly the young ones. But some senior members have their data updated. As we're checking through today, because I was checking through, I saw somebody like a former President Obasanjo. He has his email and his telephone number on his database. So what will stop any of you here from doing that? Please update your data. But even if you do now, you can't vote tomorrow. So if you don't get a token, know that your data is compromised, it's invalid, and you can update it ahead of time. Thank you very much. So we got into the big boys. And I can assure it was a lot of work that they did, a lot of commitment. And it's the Madam President that we announced sponsor of the program of this particular this year. But like we said, Warri branch, Mina branch, Warri branch, Benin, we get 50,000 naira each. So let's look at the next slide. Before we proceed, our observations and recommendations from the current assessment. Despite the training earlier conducted by the Committee for Technical Secrecy of Branches, it was observed that most of the branches do not know how to present their report, and it's causing them marks. Most branches do not know the difference between collaboration and visitation. If you visit an industry, it's just visitation. If you don't have a collaboration with them to carry out certain specific assignments, or you have an MOU with them, or you are relating with them on specific matters, it's just visitation. That's not collaboration. And under collaboration, a lot of branches were showing a lot of pictures, it's courtesy call, visitation to industries. No, it's beyond that. Branches are not aware of the need to remit part of their proceeds from training programs to the headquarters. Whatever training program you have in your branch, the headquarters is entitled to, I think, 5% of the proceeds. Some branches do not understand how to keep proper accounts of the activities, and that is not good enough, please. Some branches do not understand between public lecture and technical sessions. There are a lot of difference between public lectures. Technical sessions are for your members and for your like minds. Public lectures are for the public, where everybody comes to discuss matters of common interest. So we also noted that in this assessment we are doing, it seems we are not being fair enough with our branches in the explorer. So we are going to review our criteria to reflect that. So our recommendation is that we will still have to continue to train and retrain relevant officers of the branches on how to present and package their report. Thank you. Can we move on? So these are the three big contending branches, and they have done, every of them have done very well. Lagos, Ikeja, and Abuja. Lagos, Ikeja, and Abuja. Please, let's clap for them. Lagos, Ikeja, and Abuja. It's been very tough. The criteria are very tough. Yeah, they have performed very well. Can we see the next slide? That is the third. And they scored 75.25 points. The second prize, please. That is the second. And they scored 82 points. And the first, the best of all, can we have it? Abuja. They scored 93 points. Congratulations to them. Let's move on. So, apart from the trophies, Ikeja is going on with 250,000. Lagos branch is going on with 500,000. Abuja is going on with 1 million. Courtesy our sponsors. Thank you very much. Madam President, you can come and take over from this place.
Can we have some quiet, please? Lagos branch, sit down. Have your seat. You have not been called up here. So this year, in line with our strategy of seeking new collaborations, the chairman of the group dynamics for branches was given the order to search for and secure a sponsor for the group dynamics branches competition. Since we already have one for division by a very esteemed and revered past president. And I have the honor of announcing to this very great house that the sponsor of the group dynamics for divisions has told me that next year the sponsorship will be to the tune of 2 million naira. That means there will be more money for the winners. And for branches, our new collaborator is Peculiar Concerns. Yes. Peculiar Ultimate Concerns Limited. It's an indigenous company, contracting company. And the managing director was one of the conferees on Monday, Engineer Tajuddin Adeleke, FNSC. Please give him a round of applause. And the sponsorship was not just for this year. He has also pledged to continue to sponsor the competition. And as a matter of fact, the trophy will be named after him, after the company, not the individual. So I think Peculiar Ultimate Concerns Limited deserves a bigger round of applause. So now, I'll call people to come and do this one. I'll call people to do this one. So, call them. For the 8th position, may I call on... Go on for the 8th. Put the screen. Put it on the screen. May I call on the Chairman Board of Fellows to present the check to the winner, the 8th position, and that will be... Where is the screen? Please, let's have the 8th position is Mina Branch. That's Mina Branch, I think. Let's have, please project the results. Worry no they carry last. Worry, please come up for your check of 50,000 naira, consolation prize. Come this way. Be careful, please. Where is Worry?
Where is Worry?
Worry. Where is the current chairman? He's not here. Okay, now you do the work.
Okay, now you do the work.
Where is the current chairman? Is he here? No. Okay. Actually, I will also tell you, having been a branch chairman myself, usually by the time the announcement is being made of the results of the competition, the chairman who did the work, sometimes at least every other 2 years, would have left. So the work for this year was done by Engineer Sonny Ali, FNSC. So congratulations. And for the 7th position, may I have, and that is Mina Branch, may I have Engineer Rachel Uge, EXCO member, Asset Management Services, to present the check. Okay now.
Thank you.
And for Are you of Mina branch? Oh, okay.
Who is the next branch?
I'm just changing it now.
Because I also want to show you.
Can we have the screen, please?
Make way. The next is Buhari branch. And I'd like to call on Engineer Mfon Taiwo Asian, FNSC, to present the check. MTE Asian. Buhari branch. And for the next, which is Benin branch, may I call on Engineer Kwabena Bempong, the President of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, to present the check, please. Thank you. And for Oka branch, I'd like to call on Engineer Jane Ayero. Where is she? Come and present the check to Oka branch. The big boys. Now to the big boys. For Ikeja branch, may I have Engineer Kabir Wanuri, FNSC, to present the check and the plaque. Congratulations to the Nigerian Society of Engineers Ikeja branch. Please give them a very big round of applause. And you know why. So another round of applause. Thank you. NSC, too much. Building a viable engineering culture dedicated to bring out the best and to nurture the best of the best. The second to none is the branch. The best of the best. The second to none is the Thank you. Bye-bye.
You would have sang this song for the committee.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Next time, come first so you can sing the 2 stanzas. The next one is Lagos branch. And I have the pleasure of inviting the Deputy President to make this presentation. He's a Lagos man. Lagos branch. Look at them. Instead of coming this way. Come now.
Make way, please display the branch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong laying on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the wall. Got the guy go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move around, so you can break rocks.
It's okay. Lagos branch, please leave the stage. Leave the stage for the champions. And now to the champion. Abuja branch. I'd like to call on Engineer Theophilus Ademola Oguntala, FNSC, to make the presentation, please. Engineer Oguntala, please come up stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 2024 Group Dynamics of the Nigerian Society of Engineers for branches, the Nigerian Society of Engineers Abuja branch.
Nothing less, lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Congratulations.
It's just like that's how it.
Congratulations to Abuja branch for winning this year's Group Dynamics. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. The Welfare and Cultural Night continues at 6 p.m. So we shall clear the stage now for that event. Please, once again, I request the owner of these ID cards to come and identify. Abuja branch, please, you can leave the stage now. Thank you. Abuja branch, congratulations. Let's leave the stage. Katsina State Government Senior Staff Identity Card, Hussaini Idris from Ministry of Works. Anybody from Katsina State or from that ministry can please receive on his behalf. Hussaini Idris. Thank you. Also, membership ID card belonging to Onyebuchi Nwabueze and membership tag belonging to Engineer Ode Ocholi MNSC and a mobile phone. A mobile phone. Thank you. See you at 6 p.m.
Sorry, give me that of.
Welfare and Cultural Night continues at 6 p.m. Thank you.
For NSE National Conference here at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Your safety is our top priority. Please take a few moments to watch this important safety briefing. In the event of an emergency, please remain calm and follow the directions of our trained fire wardens. Emergency exit signs are clearly marked in the Trade and Convention Center, the venue of the 2024 NSE conference, to guide you to safety. You'll find the main exit orderly manner to the nearest exit. Conveniences are located in the hall and are with clear signage to direct you to the nearest male and female restrooms. A dedicated medical station is set up near the main entrance. Trained first aiders are stationed there, ready to assist with any medical needs. If you or someone nearby requires help, please approach them without hesitation. If an evacuation is necessary, please proceed to the designated muster points. Located outside the main entrances, once outside, trained personnel will guide you to these areas for your safety. All attendees are expected to respect fellow participants and follow staff instructions. Attendees are reminded to keep personal items like bags, wallets, and phones secure at all times. Do not leave your valuables unattended to. In the event of a security emergency, such as a riot in the surrounding area, please remain inside the venue. Follow any instructions provided over the public address system or by event security personnel who will guide you on the safest course of action. Our trained fire wardens and first aiders are here to assist in any emergency. Just look for their visible badges and uniforms if you need help. Thank you for your attention to this safety briefing. We appreciate your cooperation in making this a safe and productive conference. We wish you a successful and enriching experience here at the 2024 NSE National Conference. Stay safe and enjoy the conference. Welcome to the 2024 NSE National Conference here at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Your safety is our top priority. Please take a few moments to watch this important safety briefing. In the event of an emergency, please remain calm and follow the directions of our trained fire wardens. Emergency exit signs are clearly marked in the Trade and Convention Center, the venue of the 2024 NSE Conference, to guide you to safety. You'll find the main exits at the back and sides of the conference hall. Take a moment to identify the nearest exit to your seat. Remember, there are no planned safety drills during this conference, so if an alarm sounds, treat it as real. Please proceed quickly and in an orderly manner to the nearest exit. Conveniences are located on the rear of the hall and are with clear signage to direct you to the nearest male and female restrooms. A dedicated medical station is set up near the main entrance. Trained first aiders are stationed there, ready to assist with any medical needs. If you or someone nearby requires help, please approach them without hesitation. If an evacuation is necessary, please proceed to the designated muster points. Located outside the main entrances, once outside, trained personnel will guide you to these areas for your safety. All attendees are expected to respect fellow participants and follow staff instructions. Attendees are reminded to keep personal items like bags, wallets, and phones secure at all times. Do not leave your valuables unattended to. In the event of a security emergency, such as a riot in the surrounding area, please remain inside the venue. Follow any instructions provided over the public address system or by event security personnel who will guide you on the safest course of action. Our trained fire wardens and first aiders are here to assist in any emergency. Just look for their visible badges and uniforms if you need help. Thank you for your attention to this safety briefing. We appreciate your cooperation in making this a safe and productive conference. We wish you a successful and enriching experience here at the 2024 NSE National Conference. Stay safe and enjoy the conference.
Make it straight.
Welcome to the 2024 NSE National Conference here at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Your safety is our top priority. Please take a few moments to watch this important safety briefing. In the event of an emergency, please remain calm and follow the directions of our trained fire wardens. Emergency exit signs are clearly marked in the Trade and Convention Center, the venue of the 2024 NSE Conference, to guide you to safety. You'll find the main exits at the back and sides of the conference hall. Take a moment to identify the nearest exit to your seat. Remember, there are no planned safety drills during this conference, so if an alarm sounds, treat it as real. Please proceed quickly and in an orderly manner to the nearest exit. Conveniences are located on the rear of the hall and are with clear signage to direct you to the nearest male and female restrooms. A dedicated medical station is set up near the main entrance. Trained first aiders are stationed there, ready to assist with any medical needs. If you or someone nearby requires help, please approach them without hesitation. If an evacuation is necessary, please proceed to the designated muster points located outside the main entrances. Once outside, trained personnel will guide you to these areas for your safety. All attendees are expected to respect fellow participants and follow staff instructions. Attendees are reminded to keep personal items like bags, wallets, and phones secure at all times. Do not leave your valuables unattended to. In the event of a security emergency, such as a riot in the surrounding area, please remain inside the venue. Follow any instructions provided over the public address system or by event security personnel who will guide you on the safest course of action. Our trained fire wardens and first aiders are here to assist in any emergency. Just look for their visible badges and uniforms if you need help. Thank you for your attention to this safety briefing. We appreciate your cooperation in making this a safe and productive conference. We wish you a successful and enriching experience here at the 2024 NSE National Conference. Stay safe and enjoy the conference. Welcome to the 20.
all right.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ayana, give. Olivia, beg. Ayana.
to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it, baby. If you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it. Just call each other nickname like Sugar Plum and Pooh Bear. I'm always on the road, hardly ever home. Always busy this, busy that, can't talk on the phone. I know you aggravated, walk around frustrated. Patience getting short, how longer can you tolerate it? Listen, ma, I'm just motivated. I do this for us, stuck on the grind, trying to elevate it.
Hey, yo, to really be honest, you stuck with me through my whole struggle. Can't even express through words how much the kid loves you. I'ma stand as a man, never above you. I could tell that you different from most, slightly approach you. And the ill shit about it, we don't sex every day, but when we sex, we tease in a passionate way. Love the way you touch it, those little elaborate ways. Got the guard feeling released to relax for the day. It's on you,
baby,
ma.
if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it.
Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want.
Shh, mommy, listen. I feel your love for me, baby, and how it moved through you. I've been longing for the moment to talk the truth to you. Listen, I'm never home, I always get up and go. Putting you through the unnecessary rigmarole. I never meant to put 1,000 pounds of stress on your head. I love the way we sleep and how we always cuddle in bed. Baby, I stay embracing your patience, shedding your tears with me. I ask you, my mommy, please continue to bear with me.
We started out broke, constantly on the road, cutting up in the streets like we would never get old. Went from Lucy's and buses and 50-cent sodas and Novas to Hondas to Lexus to Rovers. Mad years past, still got each other back. Word is born, never screw none of these industry cats, boy. We like Skull and Molder, walking shoulder to shoulder, milking this game, watching our seeds getting older.
Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it.
Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it.
Yes, you know I'll die for you, and you know I'll ride with you. I will always try with you, and give you my love and cry with you. Let's go.
I will climb a mountain high till our love will touch the sky. So baby, come and get more close to me. This is where your love is supposed to be.
I pull up to the house in the yellow Lamborghini. It's been a few months in PA, you haven't seen me. You looking good in that Gucci bikini. 38 carats, your ring looking freezy. No matter what I do in the world, you never leave me. Fall back, ma, I make your lifestyle easy. I appreciate the things you do to please me. Looking at my daughter, you never do me greasy.
Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it.
Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it.
Flip Mode Records, J Records, Def Jam Records, Busta Rhymes, Mariah, Flip Mode Squad. Yeah, so beautiful. I knew you was gonna give me that high note, Mariah.
Say my name. If no one is around you, say, baby, I love you. If you ain't running game, say my name. You acting kinda shady, ain't calling me baby. Why the sudden change? Say my name. If no one is around you, say, baby, I love you. If you ain't running game, say my name. You acting kinda shady, ain't calling me baby. Better say my name.
The other day, I would call, you would say, baby, how's your
believe that you are at home by yourself when I just heard the voice of someone else. Just this question, why do you feel you gotta lie? Getting caught up in your game when you cannot say my name. I know you say that I'm assuming things. Something's going down, that's the way it seems. Shouldn't be no reason why you acting strange. If nobody's holding you back from me, 'cause I know how you usually do. When you're saying everything to me, don't you? Why can't you just tell the truth? If somebody's there, then tell me who. Say my name, say my name. Say, baby, I love you. Say my name, say my name. Sudden change, say my name. Even nothing changed. Oh, baby, say my name. Acting kinda shady.
My ladies,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
can you say that? Come on.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
All the girls say
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
All ladies say
All
the girls say
Break
it down. DC, take it to the bridge, come
I
on.
know you say that I'm assuming things. Something's going down, that's the way it seems. Shouldn't be no reason why you acting strange. Nobody's holding you back from me, 'cause I know how you usually do. When you're saying everything to me times two. Why can't you just tell the truth? If somebody's there, then tell me who. Say my name, say my name. No one is around you. Baby, I love you. Call me your Say my name, say my name. You tell me what you like to do. Calling me baby. Sudden change. Say my name, say my name. If no one is around you, say baby, I love you. Running game. Say my name, say my name. You acting kinda shady. Calling me baby. Say my name, say my name. If no one is around you, say baby, I love you. Say my name, say my name. Say my name. Kinda shady. Calling me baby. Sudden change. Say my name, say my name. If no one is around you, say baby, I love you. Running game. Say my name, say my name. You acting kinda shady. You calling me baby. Say my name. Thou shalt know she can't love you.
Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song.
Yo, this is why Clef, Refugee Camp, Criswell, Little Bass sitting up here on the bass. While I'm on this road, I got my girl L. One time. Hey yo, L, you know you got the lyrics.
I heard he sang a good song.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please call our friends, call your branch members, let everyone come in so that we can start the welfare night and cultural night immediately. Call them from wherever they are, those taking pictures, those of them having some refreshment. Let everyone come in. Start calling them now. There has been a change in time, and we are starting at 5:30 p.m., the welfare night. It is 5:25, so in 5 minutes' time, we are commencing the welfare and cultural night packed together. Thank you very much. Please send that information, call in your friends. Thank you. See you at 5:30. Call your friends to come in. Wherever you are, the welfare night is commencing at 5:30 p.m. Apologies for that change in time. but it is for us to be on time in everything that we do so that we can have fun and live on time as well. Thank you. once again, let's call our friends, colleagues, branch members to please come in as we will be commencing the cultural and welfare night immediately. Thank you very much. Good evening, distinguished guests, esteemed engineers, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the 2024 International Engineering Conference Exhibition